Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So, yesterday did not go at all as planned. Kind of got our asses handed to us. Then we lost the ship. Then we made the ship again, and it's mostly finished. However, one of the key elements that we are missing currently is platinum, gold. Gold we've been getting. Yeah, yesterday was perfect. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. Um, so we got gold, or at least we've got access to gold. Now we need platinum, and I was thinking about grabbing a little bit of uranium for power. So where that leaves us is I went ahead and I found us a little platinum patch underground. We're gonna drill down to it, collect a little bit of platinum so that I can get the shield generator up and going. And then we're going to go ahead and see what we can do. That's true. Every crash is indeed content. So, the other thing is that last night I decided curiosity was going to get the better of me. And I went ahead and used the creative tools to try and find what had happened to our beloved ship. Turns out that it had continued to fly on another 20-ish kilometers before it impacted the inside of a mountain, which that's kind of funny in and of itself. So I went ahead and I grabbed the parts and I brought them back to base. Now I have been grinding down some of it, and I did detach one very specific thing because somehow out of everything that happened, it survived. So I wanted to grab that son of a bitch and bring it home, which just so happens to be the Prototech thruster. Somehow our Prototech thruster survived. Basically, kind of like how Palpatine returned, just somehow. So, now, of course, the problem is that if I try and grind it down, I'm going to lose parts. So what I need to do is essentially I need to... Do I have stone on me? I have a bunch of stone. Okay. I have a bunch of stuff on me. I don't need all that. Essentially what I'm going to need to do... Hold on a second. Is I need to remove the thruster that has been started and then move the working one into its place. So that's going to be something that we work on today, as well as getting the shield generator up and running. Now, the other possibility is that I don't replace the one that we have.
Inventory full.
And instead, we just try and find parts to fully weld it up. Because then at that point, I don't have one Prototech thruster, I have two. And that starts to change things. Because that is the making of a much better situation. Oh, for the love, out of my way. A much better situation for spaceflight. Let's see. Don't need that much stone. Yeah, always go bigger. Now, that's the other thing that I eventually want to start looking at is potentially working on a large grid ship. Because I absolutely want something bigger so that I can start going against some of these bigger vessels. Go. How much stone did I get? Okay, that one wasn't as bad. Currently, large grid small ship is kind of the direction I would go in. But I also came across an interesting problem. Nice. Actually, I've seen your ship, and the ship looks really cool. I was looking at it, and I was like, that is a badass looking ship. But I came across an interesting problem yesterday, and I've noticed it for the past few days. But part of the problem that I've had is that there's been this strange clicking sound when I turn to various angles. And it was starting to get worse. Like I was starting to notice it more and more frequently, and especially when I was on my speakers and not just my headset. It turns out that there is a bug with engine sounds where speed-based thruster sounds can actually cause an audible click. And it's been in the game for an extremely long time because I was finding posts as far back as 3 and I think as far back as 4 years. So I've had to turn that feature off, which makes the game feel a little quieter. Connected to base? No, you are not. Awesome. But there goes 2 of the parts of the ship. As well as the thruster. Oop. All right, let's let that do its thing. But you can definitely see what survived and what didn't. It is impressive. Now this back here is the rear center section of the ship. Connects back here with the wing offshoot here. And then this is the front of the ship. And the railgun survived. Strangely enough, the railgun had survived. So, we do have some parts to utilize as replacement parts. Yay. Heard that. What were you? Oh yeah, production. Oh good, that's what you're working. Yes, there was actually some ammunition left in a couple of the guns. So extra ammunition. In fact, the ammunition that I had on hand that I had to put inside of our little hopper there, our little swamp boat, that was ammunition that came out of this. So,
Inventory full.
inventory full. I've got your full inventory. What I kind of want to do is you. Oh yeah, you're not going to be able to get that stuff. Never mind. I just realized. There we go. And yep, there we go. And I also want to this out of the way. And where is what is it called? Cargo? Yeah, here we go. The cargo terminal. And we're going to use that for here. Grab those. Thank you. Get rid of that now. And now we have cargo access, which apparently it has storage to it. Not a lot, but it has enough. Cool. And immediately Izzy's goes, "You're for components." It's like, okay, Izzy's. Okay. All right, let's get some more of this. I had thought about going ahead and just painting it that bright pink, bringing it over to where the build and repair is, and then letting it grind it all down. But I don't mind doing it by hand, especially when I've got to sit here and wait for certain things to finish constructing. And on top of that, if I run out of space, oh, hush. I swear. I'm going to have to get like a beating stick to beat the hornies out of you guys. I'm going to have to beat you guys off. Yes, I said that on purpose. Let's see. Kind of need. Don't just want a big giant cargo container out in the middle of things. Fair enough. Thank you for pestering me. What cargo containers? I hear it. How do I hear it? Okay. So that's what that one is. Got it. Let's see. What else? That. That. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to wind up having to do is bring this over for proper scrapping. So, show area. Area height. That is... That's fine. Oh, God. You guys are terrible with it. Man, okay, so yesterday I gotta vent about this because this really annoyed the shit out of me. So yesterday after dinner, doorbell rang. Not terribly uncommon, but not like super common. Not exactly like, you know, super social butterflies in the neighborhood. So I open the door. And of course, it's somebody trying to sell something. I'm like, great. Great. User thrusters. Actually, it would be fighter thrusters, if I remember correctly. Yes, off. There we go. So, now there, well, not really. And it's habit. I always check it because I never know. We have, like, our next door neighbor, one of them we're actually okay with. And you just never know. So I answered it. It was this young man, clipboard, lanyard. He was with a company that was selling new air conditioning units. And he had a great sales pitch. Trade in your old unit, get a new unit. And it made it sound like all you had to do was trade in your old unit. You were going to get a new one for free. It was all going to be taken care of. But I'm not dumb. And I know how these things work. In fact, after our interaction, he handed me one of those doorknob placards. And on it said, trade in your old unit for up to $2,000 credit. Up to. Doesn't mean you're going to get the full 2,000. And even if you get the full 2,000, and that applies towards the purchase of the new one is easily going to be somewhere between $6,000 to $12,000. Yeah, exactly. So it's one of those that he was trying very hard to use all of his sales tactics to kind of con me into agreeing to purchase, or at least let him in the house, or agree to some sort of appointment or something so that they could sell it to us. Yeah, exactly. Now, the one that we have is about 10 years old. Just a little less than that, I think. And we had a buttload of problems with it. We had a buttload of problems with it right up front that caused the company, the installation company, to keep having to come out and fix it. Now, it works. It works really well. And, you know, it does its job. So I'm not going to just have it tossed out so that we can get a new one. I also know that there's a lot of additional charges that go into replacing one of those. Now, the funny thing is that he asked if I was specifically the owner of the house, and I said, no, my mom is, but I take care of things. To his credit, I imagine to him that sounded like my mom is not in her right mind, belongs in a home, and so I take care of everything. But he wound up, and he was very adamant about how it was my job to help her make the right decision. And I'm like, yes, I am. I'm very definitely helping her make the right decision by not buying this. Not that we would anyway. But several times, I told him we were not interested. We not only were not interested, but was not within our budget or means. By about the fourth fucking time, I was starting to actually get pissed. I have a rule. Every salesperson gets 2 strikes. They get the first strike, they go ahead and I will allow them to give me their pitch. They're putting in the work, they're putting in the legwork. I don't know what it is, so I'm going to listen to their initial sales pitch. And if it's something that I definitely can't afford, which is 99% of the time, uh, then I just go ahead and I'm like, you know what? No, thank you. Not in the budget. Not interested. That sort of thing. That is not what I wanted. That's what I want. And after the first rejection, I will give them a second time because as somebody who is a former salesperson, I understand how it works. You're trying to repair it. That's so adorable. Let's not do that. So I understand, how it goes. So I give them the second one. And if it's quick and brief and, then they accept the second, I'm not interested. Cool. But this guy just he kept trying to use buzzwords to get me to say yes. Like at one point, he threw in the tariff thing about how in the future it's just going to get more expensive. And if I buy now, then I don't have to worry about tariffs. And I'm like, dude, I don't care. It wouldn't matter if there were no tariffs ever again. And you guys were just going to go ahead and give me a nice cuddle and reach around afterwards. I'm still not doing it. Finally, I was like, listen, I'm trying to be nice here, but, we're not interested. Go away. And so he finally gave me the little doorknob placard, finally walked away. And I was like, and you have a wonderful day. I was polite about it because, I'm not going to be a complete asshole, just mostly one when I need to be. But it was just like, after the third or fourth or fifth time, and also calling my mom old like that, I was like, dude, you just basically cost your company a potential sale. I know, right? See, there are just certain things that we will go ahead and go, okay, you know what? This might be worth it. All right, I need that pink color. It does take a certain kind of person. And there are definitely lots of different types of door-to-door salespeople. 321, 100, 100. Okay. One hundred, 100. Also. Bright fucking pink. Okay. Control panel. It's welding. To grind. Okay, cool. And let's just go ahead and get all of this taken care of. So anyway, that was my frustrating event from yesterday. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way of putting it. And again, the majority of people that come up, I bet it did. I bet it did. But the majority of people that come up to the door are fairly polite, and they totally understand kind of like the two-strike rule. But every once in a while, I get one who is ultra pushy and just absolutely refuses to take no for an answer. And those are the ones that frustrate the hell out of me. Oh, don't worry about it, man. My sleep schedule's been all sorts of out of whack too, so totally get it. And I'm about to go ahead and make a sign or something that says solicitors will be shot, survivors are a message. So that way, people get it. Oh, no, 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 no. I want it to be known that if you have survived, I want you to live. Specifically, that is so that you can warn other people, don't go there. That's why survivors are a message. Also, Hollows, I totally get that person not wanting to spend however long it would take to download Conan. Because I was talking to Kintar about this while we were playing Dune Awakening the other day. And one of the things is, first of all, Dune Awakening is a much smaller game, but it has a much better overall flow and feel to it compared to Conan. I think if Conan had separated itself into a PvE and a PvP sort of section, it would have worked a little bit better. And there are just overall aspects of Conan that I think in general would have just been better overall. Or could have been better overall if they had just gone a different route. Okay. Reminds me. Holding on. All right, so we now have the ship completed, mostly. We just need a shield generator. We have the old one ground down. I need to get more ice. How am I doing on... Looks like I need more gold and platinum. Nope, have plenty of gold. It's more platinum. Yes, more platinum. Okay. Let's go do this. Platinum hole should just be right over here. Right. Yeah, there it is. Now I did go ahead and reinstall Star Citizen last night because the 4.1.1 patch dropped. Cool. People were saying that it's supposed to be more stable and that the gameplay was supposed to be better. Honestly, it feels about the same. Yeah, forever an alpha game. I am noticing that they are steadily pushing more and more actual content into the game. And this is starting to feel more and more like the last sort of couple of years that most companies will take in their development cycle to start getting a lot of the little stuff in place. Now, the problem is that CIG, and specifically Chris Roberts, no, it's not just Stockholm. Specifically, CIG has the biggest problem of CIG and Chris Roberts have a problem of promising that certain things will be happening at certain times. Specifically, the game will be finished next year. And that never happens. Now, with an MMO, or with any massively multiplayer game in general, there is, of course, the idea that it's never truly finished. But there is what is known as minimum viable product. And it feels like, at least at this point in time, they are getting closer to that. Now, of course, they're still at least 2, maybe 3 years away. And there's a lot of things that still need to be added. One of the things that I would absolutely love to see added from a technical standpoint is I would love to see them actually make the rendering engine more optimized. Now, on a 4060, which, not exactly the greatest card in the world, but definitely better than the 1070 that I had, the game, specifically in cities, runs fairly poorly, which it shouldn't. The card is pretty robust. And what's funny is that the only thing that they offer to help with that is upscaling. And I don't think their upscaling is actually working very well. However, once you get outside of cities, things tend to run a little bit better. But even then, there's still a lot of optimization that could be done. A lot of the optimization needs to happen on, I think, the art team side. It is an incredibly beautiful game when nothing is on the screen. And I would love to be able to enjoy more of it. But at the same time, And I think this is a really good contrast to yesterday's topic about the Threat Interactive video covering Half-Life Alyx. Because I mentioned that Valve are basically a company of wizards, magic men who understand the old ways and know how to make amazing games. They know how to really wring every ounce of performance out of hardware and software, and they know how to work the engine that they have. By contrast, CIG is made up of predominantly first and second year Hogwarts students. They understand that magic exists. They know that there are certain spells that they are capable of utilizing, but they don't understand the how and the why of it. And so what winds up happening is that they're just throwing stuff out willy-nilly and then hoping something will stick. And that's how it kind of feels. Go. And they used to have a bunch of wizards. They used to have quite a few people that worked for CIG that knew how to make magic happen and understood how to write magic. But they've been slowly getting rid of those people. And they've been getting rid of them, I think, partly because of Chris's ego, but I think also because of the fact that they were wanting money, and Chris didn't want to pay them what they're worth. Whereas he could just go ahead and pay an intern significantly less to attempt to do the same amount of work. And we kind of see where that is getting them. All right. That transport courier for Ember. So I don't have to worry about that too much. Do have to worry about, though, making sure I don't bump into that. In fact, you know what we're going to do before I get too far is let's go ahead and move this thruster out of the damn way. In fact, let's move it up here. Okay, come on. Oh, come on. Fine. This way. We'll do it like this. I love how the farther away you get from it, the line actually changes color to let you know how much stress it's under. Really? There we go. Just knock it around. There we go. Okay. Let's go get some ice. I should say some more ice. Lord knows we need it. Probably should not head to where gold is because there's kind of a weird hit there. And there's also that frontier base out there, which is kind of a nuisance. It is. It should, I should say, hopefully be far enough away that I don't have to worry about it too much. But you never know, as oftentimes it'll look safe, but it isn't. So, one of the things that Rockstar has put forth is a mod that is meant to help kind of replace modular encounter system. I haven't had a chance myself to really look at it, but it is one that you are supposed to be able to add to servers. And with a little bit of configuration, set it up to handle basically all of the same things that MES does, as well as handling economy and trade stuff, and a few other things. And what I am considering is that there are kind of two ways that I want to go about the server. The first is, of course, the Suffer Day scenario, as I know some people have expressed interest in doing that, and it could be a lot of fun. The second is there's no Catterday on oh shit on Space Engineers, because there's no cats in Space Engineers. I'm sorry. What I would like to do, and it could prove to be kind of interesting, is set up essentially a shipyard on a planet with a blueprint and a projection in place. Then have a set of vehicles that are utilized for transportation of various items, ores, ingots, and have little satellite stations around the main construction area to actually build the ship. And then upon construction of the ship, once it is completed, we then move into the second phase, depending on how much time we have. And set it up so that it's, once we get up into space, seeing about, I don't know, finding bases, going after the Factorum, stuff like that. Or just starting an outer space base with lots of bad guys and, blow them up. Whatever. Lots of different ways that we can go about it. There's no one way, which is always nice. With Suffer Day, I think it's one of those that'll be difficult. Not really difficult, because, well, yeah, it would be difficult to get everybody together in Suffer Day, just because of the fact that it's really designed to be painful. But I think that might be one of the directions we go in. And we'll just kind of see from there. Okay, let's get this next layer. Grab some more. And I might see about trying to fill this up as much as possible. As we're going to need fuel. And oxygen. That's the other thing that we need, apparently. Although for that, what I really ought to do is just go ahead and put a vent on the ship somewhere and set it to, what is that? Depressurize. So that way it can go ahead and start sucking in oxygen from the atmosphere. I wonder. I just had a thought. What if I set up a second turret controller, custom turret controller, and set it so that it still uses the same rotor, but it uses that frontmost hinge for its altitude, or for up and down. And then that way I can just switch back and forth between the main turret setup and the secondary turret setup to try and get some of this farther stuff. That doesn't quite work. Yeah, that's there we go. I'll have to look into that. That might actually work in a respectable way. Okay. That's not what I wanted. That's what I want. Let's go ahead and get turned around here. Alrighty. Another wander. There's a lot of wandering merchants. Good lord. All right, let's get on up this hill, shall we? And start making our way back home. There we are. This should be pretty easy. I wonder if that wandering merchant is going to get close enough to the base there to get taken out. Yes, it is. Oh yeah, it's getting shot at. Wonder if it'll alter its course to try and get away. If it does, if it crashes, would I be able to get to it? Oh, shit. if I can. This really. Oh, and we are going nowhere. It wasn't the tree that did it. It was definitely not the tree. Shit. How bad is it? What I took out. Oh, just one of the... Okay. Oh, susbullocks. Piece rotor. Nope, you aren't rotating. Oh, well, I know why. Okay. That's not good. And unfortunately, I can't. Okay. At least get that loose. Oof. That took a knock. That's fine. I don't know how I can get this to roll over. Something like that. By the way, hey, Spectre, how you doing? All right. Let's just... detach. Oh. Well, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go grab the cruiser and fly it back to base. I need to completely redesign it anyway, so that it's a lot more stable. GPS trailer. Okay. For the most part. In fact, I just need to completely redesign this rover, I think is what it is. So go full redesign on the rover and trailer. Probably make it a little bit bigger, make it a little bit more robust. I might go ahead and add the 15 by 15 wheels mod for giggles. Because then what I could do is have the wheels attached to the top of it and kind of suspend the rest of the rover underneath. I think that'll be a lot of fun. But I'll see if I can just bring this back. There we go. Connected. There we go. It's off. This will now be able to get filled with the oxygen and the hydrogen. There we go. That should be enough fuel. Let us make sure thrusters are on. Good. Feels like I need to add some extra gyroscopes to this. Feels just a little bit like the gyros aren't all working. Yeah, that's heavy enough that I think I do need to add a couple more. Especially because the small grid ones are so weak. There she is. Let's descend and pick this up. This will also be a good test of flight capabilities, just to make sure that it is capable of carrying some stuff. Like, I already knew it can pick up its wreckage, but might want to be able to pick up more at some point. Oh yeah, we're good. Okay. Get a little extra altitude here. As long as I don't cook off the chunk that I'm connected to, should be fine. And just lower this down. And I think what I'll do is just hot pink it and let build and repair grind it down. Where am I? There we go. There we go. Excellent. That actually worked out fairly well. Awesome. There we go. And hot pink. Set you to grind before weld. And on. Oh yeah, subgrids. There we go. There. Problem solved. Next up. Let's see. The next thing that I want to do is... Actually, let's get this reattached so that I can refuel it some more. Because we did use up quite a considerable amount. Oh, whoops. Awesome. Now, they're still waiting to be finished. What do I need for them? I don't know. They should be done. Okay. That. Shield control right there. All right, let's disconnect. And then shield control. Controller. Oh, there we go. Awesome. No valid controller. Shield status overloaded. How are you overloaded? Shield control. Watts. Let's do megawatts then. Only is visible. Alrighty. Of course, that also is draining the shit out of the batteries, but what I can do is learn how to spell shield. I guess. Wait, no. Shield up, down. There we go. Awesome. So what I need at this point is your radio. Also, I need to move this guy. Disconnect. Roll this back. Awesome. Okay, let's go grab some uranium. Which we should have over here. Yeah, over near iron. Because near iron is near platinum. Near platinum is uranium. Might just be able to use the platinum hole as my uranium hole. You just can't help yourself. I get it though. Sometimes it's like a compulsion. Let's see. Platinum is down here. Uranium over there. So just head this way. Oh my god, you might be one of Quagmire's children. You poor, poor soul. I hate to do this, but I have to go through the platinum to get to the uranium. There we are. It's beautiful. I kind of hope that they give some of the elements different textures in Space Engineers 2. I know it's not necessarily accurate, but I think that they should give uranium a slight greenish color to help it stand out. They definitely need to work on magnesium and cobalt being essentially the same kind of blue. Like from a distance, if you don't have an ore detector, it is kind of hard to tell which is which if you're not clued in. I think the other one that they need to do is change nickel a little bit because it looks a little bit too much like silver from a distance as well. I think just in general, they should go ahead and change some of the textures up to look a little bit different, make them look a little bit more distinct so that it is easier to tell them apart. I mean, it's a video game. It's okay to gamify a lot of this stuff because they already do. Like, here's a great example. If you didn't know any better, you would just be walking right past platinum, not realizing that that is an important mineral. Now, in most cases, platinum isn't going to show up in locations like Earth anyway, unless you're using a mod. You're going to find it on asteroids, but even then, it can still be kind of a pain to see it.
Inventory full.
Now, it looks like I'm hitting stone there.
Inventory full.
Okay. Let us drop this off. This should be a good start. Get a little bit of uranium going into the reactors on the cruiser. If this particular cruiser goes down, I think we're just going to have to redesign an entirely new ship. Just ground up, stem to stern, entirely new ship. Because obviously this design is not working. Even with the inclusion of a working shield. It's one of those. Sometimes you have to cut your losses and just work with what you've got. One of the things that I would do with a new ship is give it a large reactor. Love seeing that. Let's see. Awesome. And I've got a lot of stuff that's just getting stuck in the refinery for some reason. Why are you getting stuck? Is the battery? No, battery's got plenty of battery. Let's see. Not that. Battery. Give me a second. Go. Here we are. That should help even out power distribution. Wonder if our shield here is... Oh, yeah, the batteries are about dead. Okay, let's fill that up. Now, it's funny because I have the shield down, but it's showing as... Well, it was on as well, so I'm guessing it was recharging. So that's going to be interesting. Reactors. Okay, so I've got 3 reactors. Available. Producing 1.5 megawatts. Minor overload. I might need to see about adding some more. Okay, yeah, that's not going to happen. So, actually, and dude, I need to find a location. Potentially add more. Wonder. Why is that? Oh, that's why that one doesn't work. I get it now. then hey, Wrath. Not because I broke it, because I put it in incorrectly. There we go. Now that should work. Let's see. Yep, there it goes. I just have to change its color. Zerd, fighter thrusters. Save. I want just the hydrogen ones. Red. Yeah, that'll work. Excellent. There we go. That solves that issue. I will have to update the blueprint, but oh darn. I don't quite want to upgrade the blueprint just yet, primarily because I still need to figure out where to put the extra. Wow. Good. You come in from the side now. I'd basically want to go ahead and just pull parts of it off, like pull the wings off, and then go ahead and put in the parts that I want, and then reattach the wings. But I don't necessarily want to do that. Yeah, I've got so much of this packed up pretty tight. Aha. Get a couple more in there. Okay, and that's get you. There we go. Oh, it very definitely is too much work. It is an amount of work I am not necessarily enjoying. Well, I mean, I am a little bit. However, I absolutely would be a-okay with doing less of it. Primarily, though, a lot of this is specifically so that I can increase the power output of go, of this thing. User reactors. Solid body. Okay. That's fine. Let's see about getting the battery charged up. In fact, how much? All of the... Okay, you all have an adequate amount. Let's disconnect and then reconnect. Okay, so currently, with the batteries charging, they are not producing, I should say, they are not capable of keeping up with the atmospheric thrusters. And that's with all 7 of the small reactors going, as well as the shield, which is fine. As I do still have the... What were you? You're mostly full. Okay. So, at this point, the batteries need to recharge. I need to increase... Oh, you're out there. Okay. I need to increase my power generation here on the base. Oh yeah, no, she big old girl. Way bigger than she really needs to be, but at the same time, not as big as she could be. Let's see. Need 78 reactors. Let's see about getting 78 reactors. RSA? I don't know what RSA even is. Oh, Robert Space, you mean RSI? One of the Star Citizenships? You know, I really love the look of a lot of them. But when I'm designing ships, I very rarely build off of a model of something else. It just kind of depends on where I'm at, sort of mood-wise. And specifically, the cruiser has been a work in progress. Work in progress. Oh my god, the Drake battlecruiser from Eve is probably one of my favorite ships. Period. Hands down. Full stop. Let me see if I can find a really good picture of that. Drake. Because it is such a beautiful ship. Yeah, here we go. This one's not too bad. Tab. Yeah, there we go. Yes. Ugh. It was one of my favorite ships for running missions. Okay. This... Let's see if I... That is the Drake battlecruiser. It is... It's actually a little bit longer than it looks in the picture, but it is just an absolute beast of a ship. And it can sit there and soak up ridiculous amounts of damage. Just such a good ship. Such a beautiful ship. I don't know what I can do these days, and primarily because of the fact that I don't have an Omega account. Um, well, my account is not currently Omega, so I don't have access to all of my skills and equipment and ships. So, unfortunately, like I would really like. But yeah, God, the Drake is such a beautiful ship. One of my favorites. One of my other favorites of EVE Online would have to be the Apocalypse. I think the Apocalypse is another favorite of mine, only because of the fact that for a really long time, it was kind of one of the go-to ships. Let's see if I can find a good picture of it. Oh yeah, that one. That one looks good. And these are also updated models too. They didn't used to look like this. Oh, there we go. Now that one's kind of hard to see too. Anyway, but yeah. Oh God, yeah. I I remember one of the few 1v1 fights that I got into with while during wartime. I was out. God, this is so lucky. It was. I think the other guy was in a Drake. I think, and I was. I know I was in a Harbinger because I had been out ratting, which is basically you go out to a location, um, either through contracts that you get from NPCs or just specific areas you go to. And I had been killing pirates, NPC pirates. And I was on my way back home when I came across the war target. And we got into a fight. And I just happened to have my laser set up on the Harbinger going against a shield tanked Drake, which was perfect. I'm armor tank, which is actually kind of one of the weaknesses that the Drake has is against armor tanks. It's actually weaker still against shield tanks, depending on what missiles it brings with it. But armor tanks can be kind of a pain in the ass. However, a Harbinger with a full laser setup, and I was using laser blasters, I think it was, can actually put a hurt on a Drake, on a shield tank Drake. And so for about 15 minutes, we're just circling each other, just blasting away. And finally, I managed to get the last like 2% of its shield down, got past its natural shield regen, and then started getting into its armor. And after that, the Drake was done. It just, there was no way that it was going to be able to survive that. And it was a lot of fun. Afterwards, I made sure I didn't blow up the guy's pod. That's one of my steadfast rules. Unless somebody specifically asks me, if I was in a fight and they're like, could you go ahead and blow up my pod for me? Then I would go ahead and blow it up. But otherwise, leave it alone. They get to limp home. That's fine with me. And afterwards, though, we traded, like good fight, that sort of thing. Oh yeah, I could definitely see that one too. Megathrons in general for a while, and I don't know, it would come and go, but for a while, Megathrons were just absolute beasts. And then the Hyperion came out, and the Hyperion was a strange ship because it was both paper but also really powerful. It depended on your build. I knew a guy though. God, he was awesome. And this was back when you still had to have bookmarks to warp really close, or the 0 point uh, bookmark sets that we used to have to create in order to navigate from gate to gate, jump gate to jump gate. And he went out at one point in time into enemy space. AAA owned the area. I think it was Ketch, if I remember right. And he went out there in nothing but a shit. I just had it too. The flying dildo. It was. Was it? Was it the Day Cruisers? The Thorax. That's what it was. He went out there with just a cruiser, which is kind of a medium ship, by himself into enemy territory and went from gate to gate. Now, he managed to make an entire set of 0 point bookmarks for that entire region, while also going toe to toe with a Typhoon, which is a battleship, big battleship, and they actually were kind of beefy battleships too. He went toe to toe with that, took it out. I think he took on a couple others, a couple other ships, and then managed to come home. And there was a reason after that we were totally fine with his name being Badger. He was, God, he was amazing. Everybody that I ran with, though, was amazing. We had some absolute incredible people that came through my corporation. And I think that was generally what Hyperions wound up going with, was more of the long range sniper build. And then you had the Megathron either went with a medium range build or they would go full on shotgun. And that's fair. Honestly, when you lose a core member from your group, it is one of those things where you do tend to just go, you know what? Maybe it's a good idea that we take a step away and kind of do something different. Because it totally changes the dynamic. All right. Wait, nope. Delete that. Yes. Need a proper name. User Mark 5. Oh, wow. Yeah, and you got to watch out when you got people who are going to work for the company of the game that you're playing. And I've said this before, and I definitely 100% stand by it. Eve became too civilized. It became too settled. That has been its biggest problem. Projector. It really did. 3, 5. Shit, 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 shit. Although, in all honesty, it was like that even back in the day when I was still playing. So that wasn't explicitly anything new. There were a lot of times that I would say I felt safer in zero sec or null sec than I did in Empire Space. And I think it was because at least if I got attacked out in nullsec, I knew I could protect myself. I knew I could retaliate. And that there were no repercussions at all. Is that correct? No. Like that. Is that looking like where is it? No, it's in here somewhere. Ah, there it is. Let's see. Is that where it is? Why do I feel like this is rotated wrong? No, that's fine. Ah, I need to bring it up. Nope. Oh yeah, I do need to bring it up. Yes, that's true. And that was one thing that I've always appreciated about CCP is that they spent a lot of effort and time working with their community to help memorialize individuals. Where? Oh, that's horizontal. I need. Ha. There we go. Okay. Make sure projection is on. Awesome. And it's also funny. I remember when Goon Squad in general, showed up in Eve. They basically were coming in as trolls. Their entire purpose was to completely destabilize Eve as a whole. they didn't care about the gameplay. They didn't care about the economy and really being part of it initially. They just wanted to destroy it. They wanted to tear it apart and see if they could. Because at the time, Eve was super popular. It was getting a lot of accolades. A lot of people were talking about it. And just in general, it was kind of a big deal. And then what happens to everybody with grand plans in Eve? Eventually, they got sucked in. And yeah, in fact, Goon Swarm came from the Something Awful forums. If you're not familiar with that, there Something Awful was specifically designed around being as abusive as possible to their own community and everyone around them. And that was kind of the entire point. If you were part of Something Awful, the Something Awful forums, you typically were going out of your way to be the most horrible person you possibly could to everybody around you. And, most of that community, when they weren't being something awful, were actually not terrible, strangely enough. But, yeah, exactly. One of the things that they started out doing to help try and destabilize Eve Online was they got hundreds of members together. I should say tens of members together. It was probably like 1 to 200 people total. And they would go out in their noob ships and they would just do what they could. They would do noob raids, basically, because every time you die in a noob ship, you just get a new one. It's basically like your default ship. And so every time they would die, they would just go out and get another one and rejoin the fight. And it's a fully kitted out ship, so you just take it back into battle and do your thing. And they were slowly starting to get good at that. But of course, the problem is they're playing Eve against a lot of people who've been playing it for a lot longer. And so while it worked for a little while, Eve does what Eve always does. It adapts. And eventually, Goon Swarm kind of just became part of Eve. It became part of the narrative of the entirety of Eve Online. And then Goons just became another day-to-day aspect of it. Nobody liked them. They were technically the bad guys of Eve, but they were also part of the day-to-day. And that was one of the really cool sort of fun aspects of it. Yeah, there you go. Yep. There have been all sorts of really fun hijinks that have taken place in Eve Online. And that's why Eve continues to be, even to this day, an interesting game for people, not necessarily to play, but to listen to or watch stories from that game. You are really close. I can't tell if you're getting closer or not. I think there was at some point a bug slash exploit that you could utilize that would allow you to bring in temporarily larger ships like destroyers, or not destroyers, carriers, dreadnoughts, and motherships. I don't think you could ever get a Titan in there easily. Oh, they did? Okay. I know for a while there was a dreadnought in um, high security space that a guy was using specifically to mine Veldspar, which was a lot of laughs. And like that's all he would use the ship for is mining Veldspar, which for those of you who don't play E, Veldspar is basically the most abundant resource in all the game. And there are a lot of giant Veldspar asteroids that take forever to finally chew through. I'm not surprised on that one. Okay. Good. The Scuttler is pissing off. All right. But yeah. I miss when you could still put multiple micro warp drives on ships because that was always a lot of fun. Nice. Like, I mean, it'd take a long ass time to get all of that Veldspar, but that's still money in the bank. But I remember when you could put multiple micro warp drives onto your ships, and the at that time, I think it was great because it gave you a lot of different options for builds that over time I would say kind of got stripped away. When you really think about it, a lot of games wind up removing fun builds because some people complain about it. They're like, I don't know how to handle this, therefore you need to fix it. And unfortunately, it winds up getting rid of the kind of spice that the game has. And then you get situations where you've got glitched rocks and you've got other bugs and things that never get fixed. And it's like, well, that's okay. But if it's fun, you can't have that. If it presents any sort of skill or challenge, you can't have that. Okay. I would say, aside from our battery needing to charge, we're in a pretty good spot. Why do I sound like... Why am I a dude? I knew that sounded weird. I'm supposed to be a chick. So I need a medical bay. And I don't have an easy place to put it unless I put it out here. Let's do this. And then medical room. What if that there? Make a couple of you. Yeah, I don't. Oh, yeah. Forgot I was building the reactor over here. There we go. All right. And then I can... I remember one of the rare times where a pirate org or pirate corp actually managed to lock down. I think it was Uli at the time, because that was before it had moved over to Jeddah as the main trade hub for Empire space. But I remember that like a whole bunch of this pirate uh, group had managed to lock down an entire gate and just basically spider-balled themselves against Concord so that Concord couldn't actually destroy any of them. Because at the time, Concord would just pick one target and bombard it until that target had died before they would move on to another one. Nice. There we go. Okay. Oh, nice. But no. I want you. Female. Cool. No, we'll do female builder. Yes. All right. And grab a whole bunch of steel plates. There are days where I find myself missing playing EVE Online. And you know, wars tended to happen like that. It would start as just, you know, one alliance versus one alliance, or one corp versus one corp. And then in no time at all, it would devolve into a big old bloody brawl between like half of the nullsec alliances and corporations, just because everybody wanted a fight. That's really what it came down to. I remember when Fix wound up getting into a war with IAC, International Alcohol or Interstellar Alcoholic Conglomerate, and they brought AAA So we contacted Bob from Fountain. They joined in the fight. And then I think there were a couple others that just happened to join in as well. And of course, we were also good friends with, what was it, Mercenary Corps. So they joined in as well. Oh, well, so everybody hated Russians, but I think we all also kind of respected them too. Because if there was anybody who was a good opponent, it was generally going to be the Russians. They would put up a hell of a fight day in and day out. They were always up for a fight. That was one thing that I did respect about the Russians. They were always up for a fight. Didn't matter who, didn't matter where, didn't matter how many. If you wanted a fight, they were like, all right, let's do this. Yes. Well, and that's also kind of what Eve became anyway, was about blob warfare. The number of people I have is more than the number of people you have. Sucks to be you. And it also kind of stopped being fun in that respect. I think the problem is that it was always devolving into a battle of numbers rather than necessarily a battle of strategy. Because I remember back in the old days, the reason why our alliance at the time, Firmus Ixion, or Fix, wound up becoming as efficient and effective as we were is because we were utilizing guerrilla tactics. We were a small alliance compared to some of the others, and especially some of the more well-established alliances that were in the area. But because of the skill of our pilots, we were capable of performing deep strikes into enemy territory that were quick and efficient and surgical, did a lot of damage, and then get back out before they could really wipe us all out. And even if they did, there wasn't enough of us getting wiped out that it was costing us in the long run. Yep, partly. But eventually it just got to a point where you had more and more and more and more people that were constantly getting pulled in. And it just started becoming a battle of numbers, not a battle of wits or logic or strategic values. Just, I have more people than you. And that's where I think a lot of the fun started to die out for me. That and the constant, we need you to show up. You have to be here right now. If you're not, then we're probably going to kick you out. That's like, but, oh, nice. Okay, got it. I'll have to take a look at it sometime. Okay. That actually is starting, base is really kind of starting to come along. '04 through, I'd say, '09. Actually, I'd say from 2003 till about 2008. Those five-ish years were some of the best that Eve saw. Like, that really was just kind of the point. Nice. That was I think, the point where everybody was treating Eve with a level of integrity and respect. You still had a lot of older players You had a lot of people who were 30, 40, 50, 60 plus who were playing it. Fair way of doing it. But you also had a lot of younger players like myself at the time, because I was, 2003, I was like 20 something. Yeah. So I was still kind of a young in there. But it was a lot of really good experiences with those sorts of people. And it taught me a lot as well, which was always good. And I think just in general, that's actually one of the things that my sister was fond of doing. Is every time that there was some sort of combat or conflict, afterwards she would go out there and start collecting everybody's corpses. And she had quite the library for a while. Okay. Need to then weld this up. Let's go ahead and swap out to this one. Which can I hold? Oh, only 600? Nope. Oh, nice. Let's do... God, it's hideous. Oh, there we go. That's not too bad. We're at... No, we are not doing 600. That is ridiculous. Oh, no, there we go. Oh, damn. Yeah, that would be worth a pretty penny. I can definitely see that. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Let's get this welded up. And I need a little bit more steel plate. There we go. All right. 6, 7, 8. There we go. And get this all done up. I figured it's probably a good time to just get this all welded up. So that way, go. That way. Oh, nice. That was one thing that I never got a chance to really do, and I wish I had, was appropriately use a stealth bomber to evict people from their mortal coil. I always wound up using stealth bombers primarily just so that I could get through certain areas with important or sensitive stuff on hand. Like if I had a bunch of megasite or zidron that I needed to get from place to place, I would typically use my stealth bomber for that, as it was incredibly effective at doing those sorts of things, or for scouting. Would do a lot of scouting and stealth bombers, which was, a lot of fun. But yeah, I could definitely see. Oh, wow. Did not know about that glitch. Oh, I could. Also, there we go. Back to that. So it's almost lunchtime. There we go. There, that's why it felt weird. Okay. Also, that's the wrong color, but we can work with that. Did I not build that up all the way? No, I did not. Okay. All right, one of the things that I want to do. Oh, that harpy? Nah. That harpy is moving away. Which is actually what I've been wanting for it to do. Because I want to go take out the rest of that observation outpost. Awesome. Okay. What we're going to do is I'm going to take a short break, make myself something to eat real quick, refill my beverage, and then we are going to go ahead and see about taking out that observation outpost, because it has been the bane of my existence for the past week, and I want to seek some vengeance. Because fuck it, that's why. So, I'm going to take a short break. When I get back, we will see about something blowing up, whether that's me or it. Possibly me, but we'll get a chance to test the mining with missiles. There you go. Exactly, there will be a kaboom. So I shall be back in just a few. Alrighty, we are back. Oh, that was good. So, my mom ordered some fabric and some thread. Thank you. Because she had found a YouTube video a while back about how to make these rugs. And so she had made one last week, and it looks really cool. Basically, what you do is you take the fabric and you make these sort of rolls out of it, and then you sew them up, and then you sew it into a spiral pattern. And again, it looks really cool. Well, my sister wants one, and so my mom had ordered some fabric, what's called a jelly roll. Basically, it's a thick roll of a bunch of different fabric swatches, or, a set of fabric swatches that are all lined up, and then some thread to go with it. And she was worried that it wasn't going to show up today, or if it did, that it was going to be later because, according to the tracker, it was not out for delivery. Well, what's interesting is that we had just finished making lunch. She had gone up to her room to eat lunch. I was standing in the kitchen shoving sandwich into mouth, just, and I look out the window, and our kitchen window looks directly out on our front porch. And I'm looking through the curtains, and all of a sudden I see these two white rectangles suddenly just appear on the front porch. Didn't see a hand, didn't see the person who was dropping them off, nothing like that. Just the packages themselves basically just entering from off screen, so to speak. So go out there, and the Amazon van was in our driveway, but I, again, didn't see a person. And then it drove off. So that was entertaining. But then we've also got this little sort of science project, if you will. I'll make sure to take a picture of it. I'll actually see if she's got a picture of the first one she did, because I think she took pictures of it. But good stuff. So my mom typically has celery with lunch. She cuts it up into little chunks, and then it's like, chips, basically. And we took the bottom of a celery stalk, actually of a celery bunch, and just for giggles, just to see what would happen. We have a glass that's, size enough. Filled it with some water, and then put the bottom portion of the celery bunch. And at first, from the center of it, it looked like it was just getting this weird sort of mold on top of it. But little by little, it has actually started to regrow. So she went and she found a YouTube short that went over how to grow celery like that. And sure enough, that's what you're supposed to do. Is you take the bottom portion of a bunch of celery, the rounded part where it's all connected, we'll call it the bottom bulb, put it in some water for a while until it starts regrowing. And then once it grows like that, you put it into a pot with some peat-free soil, and it'll grow the rest of the way. And you will have celery again. And it's like, that's pretty fucking cool. Yeah, bitch. If anything, that right there would be really good evidence for, hey, maybe we were designed by a higher being. Look at how easy it is to regrow our food sources. Anyway, let's see. Oh, plants are food. I love eating lettuce specifically. Damn it. Like a good BLT. Ramen is different. Even though it seems like ramen is plant-based, it is not. God bless it. What do I have on me? Oh. You know, I haven't had udon noodles in a while. Probably should at some point. Oh yeah, that's right. Those hurt. Oh, whoops. Oh well. See? You gonna... Oh no, you're not. I know you're not gonna get that one. Hell yes, mouth orgy. Okay. All right. Oh no. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Turned on the shield, and the first thing it does is it blows up the prototype thruster that we had off to the side. Nope. No. Well, I got attacked by stupidity. Exactly. So we're gonna back that one up. Minus 50 DKB. DKP. All right. Note to self. Move thruster out of the way. I don't want to watch my fucking tail. Left side, many whelps. God, more dots really was like that. Honestly, that era of WoW and of gaming in general gave us some of the best creator content that we have ever had. Because there was so much coming out of WoW at that point in time. You had more dots, you had Leroy Jenkins, you had all of the different parody songs that were coming out. Yeah, World of Warcraft. Okay. Let's do this again. Right there. Okay. Yeah, there you go. One of my personal favorites was Ulduar, which was a parody of The Way I Are by Timbaland. Gonna thank you. All right, let's. Oh, planning on playing some Dune Awakening, which is also a really fun game. Fuck you, Hollows. Let's see. Go. This is why I can't have nice things. You guys won't let me remember why I destroyed them in the first place. Okay. So, let's check. Gatling ammo. Why do you guys not have ammunition? Ah, that might be why. I know, right? How dare I? There we go. Now I have perfect. That on. Let's unlock. Sure, we are recharged as much as one can. Okay, save as three, four. Save as war. Okay. I think there you go. Man, I hate too shit. Okay, we are full of good stuff. Thruster is out of the way. Well, I've already done damage to the observation post previously. Awesome. But it tore this thing apart. We managed to limp home. So now I am going back to finish the job. Always visible. Visible on hit. texture. Actually, what is... Okay. All right, there we go. Yeah, well, it's that insane amounts of power generation that I have problems with. Oh. Ooh. Where's that hired gun going? Why does it look like that's about to crash? Why does it look like it did crash? Moving. All right. Well, let's just see what happens. We've got this saved. Yes. Go to work. I'm totally on board with this. Oof. There we go. Take out the guns. The guns, Harry Potter. Did something get through? There we go. Wait, nope. Just blow it up already. There we go. How's the front doing? Not too bad. All right. Anything else? Okay. All right, let's go home and repair real quick. did it, though. Stupid face. Let's see. Shields down, so that way I don't blow anything up when I come back. And yeah, it looks like we took some pretty heavy damage. Not too terrible, but definitely more than I would have liked. Fortunately, I put some reverse thrusters on the wings, or I put the reverse thrusters on the wings. Oh my god, you are so 100% correct on that. I cannot be behind one. I can fly on an airplane. That part doesn't bother me. But the logging truck scene, that is the only scene that wrecked me. That is the one scene where I'm like, no, we're good. I don't need to be behind that. Alrighty. I know, right? There we go. We should be back up and in order. This time was a little bit better. So the biggest thing there you go. The biggest thing that we had to worry about primarily was just our shields going down. But give me just a second here. I need to close my windows. It's starting to get a little warm. And then we will continue. Alrighty. Let's see about collecting some spoils here, and more specifically, let's see about I need a new rifle. Let's see, let's take the yes, let's do that. Oh, shoot. Production. Let's recycle some of this. Yeah, I'm one of those babies that was right there at the tail end of Gen X, right at the beginning of millennials. Like I'm right in that first part. So I could technically hop the line between being Gen X and being a millennial. Okay, that should be good. Let's get rid of that. Let's do that. And then ammo. The let's do that. Make myself some ammunition. And is that where it winds up? Yes. Rifle. And essentially what I want to do is I just want to get a few magazines here. And so that way when I go to enter the base, there we go. When I go to enter the base, if there's any interior turrets that are left, I want to be able to take those out. Yes, you are a Millennium Falcon. All right. Oh, and my batteries are dead. Dead, dead, dead. Okay, I think we're going to have to just shut off. I don't know. I think in this case it did you a service. All right, that's apparently. Oh, we are low on frames. Okay, good to know. All right, let's go ahead and let's restart this. Looks like I'm needing to. So after about 3 hours is where I start having a problem. 2 to 3 hours. You know, one game I wish they had actually spent time to properly make, and I absolutely would have loved it, is if they had made a Firefly game. And honestly, I could totally see utilizing like the Star engine for Star Citizen if it was actually done by better people for that. Just one big star system with lots of planets and moons. A lot of them terraformed. And you could be everything from somebody working in a city to a rancher to an actual captain of a ship. And I think a game like that would just be absolute awesomeness. I would probably spend way too much time playing a game like that. Come on, anytime now. Load, you bastard. Load. Although I may actually have to just completely restart. We'll see. That does suck. That's one thing that I will say Star Citizen has over Elite Dangerous is the fact that large multi-crew ships are not too difficult. Yeah, I need to just do a complete restart. As long as your group can get up enough money to eventually purchase one, then, you know, that's fairly easy to do. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Yeah. I know. Already running. Try this again. Okay. Continue. And what I would like to do is to go ahead and see what goodies we can get out of that outpost, if any at all. And then we will see. hmm, We'll see what we get. And then hopefully from there, we can look at potentially, like, it's one of those that I might see about bringing the ILP down. Although I think Cruiser has more overall carrying capacity. It definitely needs more power generation, though. The shield absolutely just violates the batteries. All right, there we go. Now, what are a little better? Okay, so let's go. We've got a little bit of charge there. Fill up our hydrogen tank. Awesome. Busters are on. Oof. Let's see what we have available. Head and turn. Shields on. Just to make sure that in case anything is still alive, and I don't want it to be. I will say, though, that the turrets did a fairly good job of getting most of the stuff, although the autocannon, I don't think was firing. If it was, I didn't notice it. Okay. Well, this might be a little bit painful to deal with. AS1 Stormfire. I wonder if that's the ship that was out there that, yeah, I think that was the one that descended from the sky rapidly. Energy inhibitor field. Okay. Oh, damn. Okay. That's the drill inhibitor. I'm not certain, honestly. No. Stop trying to shoot. Stop. You know what? Fuck it. Of course. I've never actually dealt with that before, so I'm not 100% certain. Fair. But I think that's one of those things that we should have to deal with anyway, so. Okay, I need. That's true, it is. But I don't necessarily think that we should. Like, it depends on which route. If we're going with Suffer Day, then absolutely not. If it's a Suffer Day scenario, then the deformed voxels are actually part of the suffering. And will stay that way. Oh, whoops.
Inventory full.
I need somehow something like that. Not quite that bad. It's less about the location and more about the settings. That's not living a little, that's dying a lot. Almost. So help me God, I'm going to get this inhibitor field. Kind of. I mean, that's definitely a route we can take.
Inventory full.
There we go. Ha ha ha. Inhibitor is now down. Or at least the energy inhibitor.
Inventory full.
That has a lot of stuff in it.
Inventory full.
Okay. And good Lord. Okay, good. I do have access to my jetpack. All right, next up. I need to clear that. I need character weapons. Okay. Not seeing any. Oh. Nope, you're dead. Alrighty. We now have whatever this is. Looks like we have the full thing too. Awesome. Hell yeah. What all do we have in here? We have a rifle. There's an assault cannon turret. We've got some inhibitor nullifiers. Looks like explosives. Lots of motors. Holy crap. Okay. Alrighty. Awesome. And then I'll probably want to go out there and check those places as well. Let's check out this decoy. Nice. There we go.
Inventory full.
Alrighty. We took a little bit of a beating to get here, but we finally did get here.
Inventory full.
I would say yay. Oops. Sweet. Assault cannon shells. Not that I need them. Is there... Nope. Okay. Nope. Nope. All right. What about you? Nope. Okay. No, I haven't tried that yet. I know we talked about it. I just haven't done it yet. What's in you? Ooh. What's that? Ah, research terminal.
Inventory full.
Your lots of extra parts.
Inventory full.
Oh, I forgot about the welders. Off. There we go. Partly, yeah. That definitely would have taken a little while to get to where I needed it to be, you know, like grinding wise, but extra ammunition. Yay. This one is going to be a whole lot of work. I wonder. Let's see. We are essentially close to the base. Let's recharge real quick. And then what I want to do is I want to go check out. I kind of do. Let's be realistic here. But I want to go check out. Oh, I still have the inhibitor field somewhere. Ah, nope. That's O2H2. Where's that inhibitor field at?
Inventory full. Inventory full.
There's a heavy armor block. I'll have to. I wonder. That's where that is. Okay, let's see. I turned that off. Oh. I see. I know why. Because that sensor there kept turning it back on. Okay. What am I holding on? Oh, that's what. Okay. Let's go check out. Well, whatever that was, it is not that anymore. Sassy. Yeah, there you go. Here we go. Observation post. You still have. There it is.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh, that's the battery. Oh.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Actually, that's
Inventory full.
just drop you all the way down as I throw myself out of the tower.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
There we go. And again. Ooh. Nice. More explosives. Okay. Let's go drop off this stuff, and then we'll go check out the other tower.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Okay.
Inventory full.
And-
Inventory full.
There we go. Awesome. And what do you have? Weapons. Oxygen tank. Not that I need it. Ooh, the rocket turret still has some rockets in it. Yes. That'll be useful. We've got some items here, and then 34,000 space credits. Awesome. That's going to be a lot of work to essentially get all of this stuff torn down. Good news is, though, it is all.
Inventory full.
There we go.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
I don't mean to alarm anybody, but I think our inventory is full.
Inventory full.
It's the gravity stuff. There we go.
Inventory full.
Okay, cool. Let's drop that off and see about taking this back home to drop it off. A little bit. It's surprisingly easy to actually get at a lot of the pieces. Well, I'm not going to do all of the work here. I'm not going to do all the salvaging work here today because it's going to be like kind of a big deal for that base. I think what I'm going to do is we'll do that tomorrow. I mostly just wanted to make sure that this build for the ship was going to be viable and that I was going to be able to take out the rest of that outpost because it's essentially going to be it was going to be one of the biggest obstacles. Theoretically, yes, I could. I think that would be a bigger undertaking because I don't know how many batteries are available on that base. Okay, shields off. Wait. Shields down. Not off. And connected. There we go. Not bad. So we've got the observation outpost now that I can go ahead and start scrapping, which we'll do that tomorrow. Cruiser Mark V actually survived and took a hell of a beating too. Like it was taking some pretty big hits up front, which awesome that it was able to eat those. So what I want to do now, because we were talking about it so much earlier, off and on, is I want to see how well Star Citizen is going to run. It is the 4.1.1 patch that just released. Everybody's talking about how it's running really well, so we're going to see how that goes. Let's see. Star Citizen. I was playing a little bit of it earlier today. I should say, yeah, it was basically earlier today. Doot, doot. Let's update that. Awesome. Okay, RSI. There it is. And initially, when I was downloading the update, it gave me an error message. It finished downloading the main chunk of the update and then was like, "Oh, we've had an error." And I was like, "Well, great." So I had to restart the launcher and then re-download again. And it seemed to do all right at that point. But I actually kind of took a back seat during the last patch, which was 4.1. I played a little bit, but it just had so many issues. And I was like, I really don't feel like dealing with it. So let's wait for this to finish loading. Now, I also switched from running it in DirectX 11 to Vulkan. And previously, I had issues running in Vulkan, and especially if I had just recently updated my video card drivers, everything would turn purple and get bloomed out. Like, just absolutely, you couldn't see anything if you were looking outside of a building. It was ridiculous. Okay. Persistent Universe. Star Citizen. Connecting to Gifted Virtual. Okay. Whoever that is. It is interesting that they are starting to add and push more story elements for the game that are then also going to lead up to gameplay features that they have been talking about for about a decade. One of the biggest things is the death of a spaceman. That essentially there will come a point where your character cannot recover from death. And so, in essence, you will wind up creating a new character to take over that sort of family lineage. Personally, I think that's dumb. And especially considering all of the other areas where they have made compromises in the name of gameplay. One of the biggest things, let's see. Yeah, it's still, my computer still hates running this. I don't know what it is. This game just refuses to run smoothly on my computer. Well, it runs well enough on my computer, but on stream, it refuses to run well. I wonder if it's a CPU bottleneck. I wonder if I was running a better CPU, if I would still have this issue. Because if I'm just sitting here like this, it actually is okay. Better get on the elevator. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think it is just a CPU bottleneck issue. It's also cities. The cities look really nice, but they are so horribly optimized. Also, that's just, yeah, no worries. I love how there's just random corpses laying around. Oh, hey. Oh, I do have my helmet off. Okay. Somebody else just walking through. I'm actually kind of speed walking. It is a beautiful game, though. I will give them that much. They have put a lot of work and effort into making it look gorgeous. Armor is that? Well, that must be some of the new armors coming out of Pyro. The armor set that I'm rocking kind of looks like the Mjolnir armor from Halo. It's not 1-to-1, but it looks pretty good. Let's also go ahead and carry. Oh, nice. Hollows is the new top clipper at 5 views. So, congratulations, Hollows. Now, I just got to wait on the tram. Once the tram arrives, then we go to the spaceport. That's pretty armor. Definitely won't get lost. Just look for the white and purple armor. It glows. Although not very stealthy. All right. I wonder if I did bump it down. Well, no, because I bumped it down to high, the graphic settings to high. And that's one of the funny things is as you change your graphic settings for this game, it switches more and more over to your CPU and uses less and less of your GPU. In fact, let's see if I can check that real quick. Let's see. Currently, I'm only utilizing about 55% of my video card. But I'm hitting like almost 100% of my CPU. And that is because, for whatever reason, CIG cannot figure out how to utilize more of a video card. And I don't get it. I don't know how they are so bad at this. But they are. Let's put my helmet back on. Yeah. 57% GPU utilization. They could be utilizing more of it. They just aren't. They have so much of this running off of the CPU, which is probably why it generally runs like crap.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle
Oh yeah,
retrieval
I don't
system.
actually have
Visit us
to
again.
do that. I just go to a hangar. God, I'm still so used to the old way of doing things. Nope. Nope, that's the wrong one. Okay.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle selected. Stand by.
I guess I do have to pull it up. Also, this is annoying. This whole the way that the screen looks and you got this bright spot in the middle. It is immersive, but not in a user-friendly way.
That is an invalid request. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP
Okay.
vehicle retrieval. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Am I stuck on this godforsaken planet? Although, honestly, ArcCorp isn't that bad of a planet to be stuck on. It's just super busy right now.
I'm sorry. That is an invalid request. Please visit us again.
See, this is
Welcome to the ASOP
Tree.
vehicle selected. Stand by.
Give me my bloody ship. This is why people have problems with Star Citizen. Because it is unfortunately hard to play. Every time you want to, it either goes incredibly well, or the rest of the time, it's a constant pain in the ass that rivals any Bethesda game ever made. Rivals all of the Bethesda games ever made simultaneously.
Please visit us again.
Let's see if I can just get to a hangar. Nope. Well, of course, Lord Clang is real.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
All right, that one's not working.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle selected.
Give
Stand
me
by. Welcome.
a hangar.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
The elevators aren't as bad as they used to be.
Stand by.
The elevators actually used to be a lot worse. They have been steadily fixing them.
Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP.
Okay, let's just try forcing its hand.
Stand by. To the ASOP vehicle retrieve. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Yeah, I think I'm just kind of screwed. Why is it every time that I want to play this game on stream, something happens to where I can't? Yeah, I could believe that.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Everybody else is able to get theirs.
Please visit us again. Goodbye. Goodbye.
What the hell is going on here?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle, please visit us again. Goodbye.
Maybe my account is just one of those that is having a problem. sometimes that'll happen. It could be because this is not my home port that it's having a problem pulling up a hangar for me.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Yeah, I should be. I think I'm stuck. Well, damn. Okay. Let's check a different elevator. Yep. And just. Nope. It's not going to be. Well, damn. Okay. Yeah, most likely. Also, I need to fix my audio real quick. Yes. Combat music. Play audio when game is in background. Yes. Game settings. Well, that's fine. Okay. Let's try exit the menu. Okay. Let's give this a moment. And then we'll see if. Now, for the record, this is my original account. I actually now have two accounts. This is the original account that I purchased years ago. So it will hopefully also have access to Squadron 42 when that comes out. My second account I had to make in the past couple of years when I lost access to this one briefly. Adaptable weightlessness. Okay. So I don't know if that one has access to Squadron 42 or not, but that's the one that I had been using on stream up until recently. So if you see me playing but you don't see me on your friends list, that's why. I don't quite recall. I think I'd have to double check what my name is because I don't remember what it is. Now, one thing that I wish that they would actually get working, and I can't believe they don't have this working yet, is actually being able to remember persistently where you are when you log out. The fact that it keeps putting you back into a hab is really obnoxious. Because now you have to make that run all the way back when it could just be, hey, this is the last location you were in. Is somebody in that exact spot? If yes, move you out of the way. Spawn in place. Okay. It's not rocket science. And yet, the easiest stuff seems to be the hardest for them to actually make work. Okay. Here we are. render. Options, graphics. Yeah, that's fine. Terrain tessellation, eye, motion blur. Can't turn on that. Auto. Let's just go for auto. That seems a little bit better. Yeah, it's still going to hiccup, but that's actually some pretty cool armor. I think you get that stuff from the new NPC, the alien NPC Wikilo. And probably some of it is from. Come on, there we go. I think some of it is also from Pyro. And I imagine some of it is also from the website where they've been selling armor. Which, it's funny that the CIG has done everything in their power to piss off the community when it comes to, hey, we're not going to do this. And then they do the exact thing that they said that they weren't going to do. And so every time, we're not going to sell armor. Oh, we're selling armor. And the other thing is the level of feature creep that is constantly showing up. It's like they're doing everything they can to delay the release of the game. You guys are facing the wrong way. You don't want that tram. Okay. Let's see. It is kind of cool to see all of the. Yes, you got yourself a new badge. It is kind of cool to see all these different types of armor running around.
Welcome to the ASIC
All right.
vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been
There we go.
visitors again.
Monitor your luggage at all times.
Selkita. Okay, that's the name I'm going by, is Selkita. The other one was Cruise Coda. This one's Selkita, which is why I wanted this account, because it has the name that I like to use the most. There's my girl. Let's grab some extra ammo. There we go. Awesome. Okay. Once we get off the planet, things should smooth out and it should work a little bit better. I hope. Okay. One thing I do like about Silkita's account is that she does have the 300i, which is a nice ship. It's a little bit quicker. Okay. This is on. So, waiting for my turn in queue. Anytime now. Anytime now. There we go.
Launch complete. Landing gear raised.
For this to go. And away we go. Nice. I will say their mouse controls have gotten a little bit better. It takes a little bit to get used to, but once you do get used to the mouse controls, the mouse and keyboard, it's not too bad. It does feel a little bit better. Feels a little bit better to play as well. Oh, okay. So what I want to do is, oh, I totally forgot to refill and recharge. Oh well, that's fine. Contracts. What do we have offered? I want mercenary. Boarding action is okay. Okay. Trial defend location for 66K. Absolutely. And then, no, not bounty. Mercenary, and I also want. You don't have it. Okay, that's fine. So. Set our route. Route. Thank you. It was actually working a bit better earlier, like this morning when I was playing.
Shield system inactive.
Okay.
Quantum drive
That's
activated.
chat. I don't need it. Yeah. Now that I'm not in the city, it tends to work a little bit better.
Deactivated. Quantum drive activated.
And here we go.
Phantom drive
Okay.
deactivated.
And we'll just fly on out here.
Shield system active.
Wonder why those names keep popping up there. All right. Getting closer. And once I get within about 5 kilometers, I go ahead and I start slowing down. Makes life a little bit easier. That way I'm less likely to go slamming into it. And then typically, whenever you go to a site, and specifically if you are going to the site to defend it, there will be anywhere between 3 to 5, usually, enemies on the outside of the location that you want to go ahead and kill first. So you. Ooh, thunder. It's like, what, a 600i? And a couple of other big ships. Cutter, Aurora. Yeah, you can see one of the dudes standing here. They all look like this. They all wind up looking like this.
Landing gear deployed.
Hey, what's up, Tommy? Also, welcome back, Matt. Sorry I didn't say that previously. Let's get churned. Okay.
Engines inactive.
That's fair. All right. Thunderstorm overhead. If the stream suddenly cuts off, that's possibly why. Closed door. Oh, the 300i? Yeah, she is a beautiful one. Considered a luxury ship. Not sure what was stopping me there. Might have to come back and loot this guy. No entry. How do you... How do you have 60 BPM but you're dead? Oh, because he bled out. Okay. You have. Oh, cannot be looted. I can, however, loot your frag grenades. And your ammo. And your metapens. You have in here and then there. Nothing there. Okay. All right. So far, I've only killed one, which is a bit odd. Contracts accepted. This guy had some decent stuff on him. All right. Let's repool our ammunition. Let's head downstairs. Let's see how this goes. I do love running bunker missions, though. I just wish they would bring back the bunker missions that were on Crusader. LMGs are good weapons. I typically also run with an FS9 whenever possible. I just didn't feel like taking one with me. Oh, this is okay. I know which one this is. This is a good one. I like these missions, and it pays out fairly well. Although honestly, the amount of time it takes to do this versus the amount of money that you actually make, the 45,000 credit ones are a little bit better. All two arms, except nice. It's two down. Out of the way, out of the way, out of the way.
You got it. I'll call you up.
Poke your head up. Or don't.
Go, go, I got your back.
That one's down.
Let's see what you...
They're actually kind of being smart. I need backpack. All right. That's fair. I'm waiting on the next. Okay. Got a SMG here, which is actually pretty decent. Oh,
Got a dead one here. Everyone.
Start on the huts. I'll let you know.
oh,
Repositioning.
that's a nice looking weapon.
Try not to get shot in anything valuable.
Honestly, I'm a big fan of the P4 anyway. It's just a good, solid weapon platform. Can't see anything through all that.
Go, go, move on.
Shit.
On the move.
Get over there. Armor is actually doing what it's supposed to do for a change. Fuck you. That's true. Ooh, I have a little bit of a arm injury. Of course I do. You decided to get back up and in my way.
You little insignificant. Displace it.
Come on.
To hell with it.
Melee killed him. Okay. Grab you. Yeah, sure, we'll grab that. Rifle batteries, don't need that. Grab some more ammo. And Ooh. There's actually a really good skit from shit, what is their name? They're a group of Aussie YouTubers. Now I can't remember the name of their group.
There's a body here.
Locked and loaded. Whoever did this is probably still
Let's see
here.
if we can't say hello
But they
to this.
do
Come on,
they did a skit of what it's like for NPCs when kids play, like whatever the child setting is. And it's absolutely hilarious.
Probably couldn't have gotten far. Great. Bloody corpse.
I'll spend all.
We can work
Go
this
on.
out.
Keep hiding. That's my favorite part.
Go ahead.
Hide all you want. It's better this way.
What the hell was that?
I'll cover you. Moving up.
Oof.
Got a dead one here. Go ahead. Everyone watch out.
Shit.
Up. You're really starting to piss me. This fight is giving me some serious deja vu. Oh shit, grenade! Displace it.
Yeah, piss me off. That would be funny, but no.
I'm gonna bring an epic amount of hurt down on you.
No, you're not. These guys are kind of putting up a little bit of a fight. Fuck you. I want your armor. Then again, maybe they do want to kiss me. Who knows? Holy crap. They actually put up a fight with that one. There we go. Now we've got the FS9 LMG. Let's get this ammo off of me. Yep, that. Oof. Good thunder. You also have. What you? What have you got? Nice. Weapon did you have? Okay. Like you've got a whole ass backpack. We're just going to take this corpse with us. Because this guy actually gave us some problems. And I want his body. I want his armor, is what I want, actually. That was a fun fight. Like that was yeah, there you go. He's just asleep on the job. No, that son of a bitch is dead. I killed him. That was the entire point. Now he is an air dancer. He likes to spin. He's a Beyblade. There you go. Okay. Let us... Actually, I want you to be right about there. It kind of does. Well, the bumping into random stuff in order to do the spinning, maybe not as much fun. All right. just open the door. There we go. And I want to close the door. I would absolutely love to build this in Space Engineers. I probably could. Actually, I could probably do it in Space Engineers 2. I don't think Space Engineers 1 would be as effective, but 2 definitely. Okay. Let's take off all of this. Actually, just take off the pants. Take off that. And I could have sworn there was a way that I could just put his stuff on mine. Open inventory. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Dude looks creepy as hell. Okay. Let's put you there. It really is. There we go. Oh, you don't have the tractor. That just looks so creepy. Alright, I need to replace this with that. There we go. You get off my damn ship. Kind of. You could almost say that, actually. All right, now I have his stuff. Now, engine's on.
Shield system inactive. Shield system active. Launch complete.
And let's get out of here.
Landing gear raised.
Let's go. All right. So as far as that goes, it was like 66,000 off of it. Plus anything that I might have made from miscellaneous. Did I also have? No, it didn't give me. I would have made more if Call to Arms had been active. There it goes. Untrack that because that's like 500 per kill. That would have been 8 times 5 is 40. That would have been 4,000. Another 4,000. So probably a total of 8 plus 30. That would have been about 11,000 extra on top of the 66. So that would have been pretty good. So not bad. Definitely a little sketchy there a couple of times. What? Let's see. What's... I don't want the mining bases. Yeah, pretty much. Let's go to Baijini.
Shield system inactive.
Where is my waypoint? Ah, there it is. Let's see if it actually allows me to go straight to Baijini Point.
Activated.
Nice.
Quantum drive
Ooh.
deactivated. Quantum drive deactivated.
I was a little worried there that it was going to have me like slam into the planet. It has done that previously. Baijini route. Oh, goody. It's just right there.
Quantum drive activated. Quantum drive deactivated.
Okay. Speed up just a little bit. I do like the fact that they've added more lights to the stations. It makes it so much easier to see them. The one thing, though, that people were kind of upset about was the fact that they made the skybox kind of this ugly, soupy green color instead of the really beautiful, crisp star scene that we had.
Shield system active.
There it is. Alrighty. Primarily, they did it so that there was more of a background to see against. And especially when the planet's rotation meant that anything that was around it was not silhouetted correctly by sunlight.
Landing gear deployed.
Unfortunately,
Complete.
they don't know how to communicate correctly. So the way CIG explained it did not properly explain the reasoning for it. And it just sounded like a whole bunch of BS as to why. They have a habit of doing that.
Inactive.
They make a change, they do not accurately describe why the change was made, and then it pisses everybody off. Repair, refuel. And then refuel. Not like I really have to worry too much about repairs. All right. Awesome. I think what I will do is let's ooh. That was a big one. Okay, so I may wind up dropping off stream accidentally because of the thunderstorm. If I do, apologies. Okay, let's get all of this stuff off of here. Let's go back to my ship. Nice. I do like a good thunderstorm every once in a while. I even like a good hurricane every once in a while too, oddly enough. I would have no choice in the matter if it goes away or not. That is completely up to Mother Nature. You're going to have to talk to her. There goes that. Get our ammunition back on here. I actually used a grenade. That was cool. It was also funny as hell to hear the guy yell about, oh shit, grenade. Helmet on. More stacks of ammo. And there we go. All right. And gotta get closer. Apparently I gotta get much closer. There we go. Close the door. And primarily my reason for coming to the station is because it's easier than going to a planet. And Baijini does have a medical bay, so I should be able to get healed while I am here. Place you, put you there. Nice. So, that there. Let's open up you. Maybe. Oh, funnily enough, those are actually bottles of a power drink called Cruise. Specifically, Cruise Dark. Okay, you're just being a pain in the ass now. And now I can't see the inventory here. Cool. Purple dildos. Well, I mean, everything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
Vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
There goes the ship. Beautiful ship. On my other account, on my Cruise Coda account, I actually have a ship called the Nomad. Oh, great. No elevator. Really? They still can't get elevators to work. They've only been doing elevators for the past 10 fucking years, but they cannot get elevators to work right. That's basically it. Well, easy way to handle this. Proceed to menu. It will just log back in. I swear to God. Yeah, there you go. Elevator keep. All right. Gifted virtual. Oh, this one again. This is the one where I was having problems at Area 18. That's possibly how it is. Oh, you want to talk shit about the game? I have spent a grand total of me personally 49 bucks. Kintar, on the other hand, for my second account, has spent a total of I think like $110. Actually, a lot of people don't know how to read a calendar. Now, if I had like just ridiculous amounts of real life money, I probably would be one of those that has purchased every ship because I'm just that sort of a person. In fact, I probably would have gone to CIG and been like, here, I'm going to give you $1 million. I just want all the ships. Give me all the ships.
Need a cleanup team down in the South Hall. Cleanup team down in the South Hall.
Please proceed to room 1. Awesome.
Looking to improve your health? At Kelto RX, medicine isn't only about healing.
Rooms 2 through 5.
About optional medical services.
How can you be 2 through 5?
Head nurse to med station 4.
What? Where's 1? Yeah, like I wish I could. I wish I had that sort of money. I guess this is room 1. Yes, this is room 1. And there we go. I would say we're done. Cool. And there we go. That was actually pretty easy. Pretty straightforward.
Kelto RX is going to take great care of you.
Surprisingly enough, I've seen enough of those people running through that it never really actually surprises me when you see a naked person running through a station. It's just like, yep. Somebody else who's naked. Let's go to the Galleria. Because I want to go ahead and... Yeah, well, oh, there they go. I want to check what's here. Been a little while since I've been to Bajini. There goes clothing. Some random guy just running around naked. Well, in his underwear. There he goes. That's fair. Depending on where you live. Let's see. Oh, and that's too. I don't want to go there. I don't want. Take him as hostage. No, hostages are too much hassle. It's easier if I just put them permanently to sleep. Baijini doesn't have an armor store of any sort. Or if it does, it might be up here. Nope, just a bar and the admin. Okay.
Ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary? Ready to
Cool.
reset your expectations from the everyday to the highest heights?
That's true. Naked people are terrible hostages.
Use incredible dining to unmatched shopping. Crusader is
Alrighty.
stay at the luxurious accommodations.
Let us head back to the hangars and habs. And this is cool. I love being able to look outside of the station like this. Now, I wish they still had Port Olisar. Port Olisar was probably one of the coolest locations in all of the game. And I absolutely could jump to the planet and then I would die. But Port Olisar was outside of the planet Crusader. And the way that it was set up was it had 3 sections that had a central interior location, and then it had sets of landing pads on either side of that. And it had 3 of those that were all identical. And what was really cool was being able to sit in the interior section and watch the ships flying around and landing. And sometimes, of course, you'd get assholes who would be out there trying to blow everybody up. And so you'd watch the station defenses firing at them. And it was just really, really cool. And unfortunately, they removed Port Olisar in favor of Seraphim Station, which is one of their cookie cutter sorts of stations. And it looks nice, but it doesn't have the same sort of feel to it that Port Olisar had. And I kind of wish and I kind of hope they bring Pio back somewhere because it was just really, really awesome. Oh, yeah, I know, right? that whole wearing a spacesuit 24/7. Totally right there with you. All right, let's carry and drink. I wouldn't doubt it. And honestly, Port Olisar is, I think, just about everybody's favorite station. Anybody who played long enough or was around for Port Olisar being a thing absolutely loved it and most likely misses it. Because it was just a really cool place. Okay, let's go ahead. I love that armor.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieve. Vehicle selected.
Let's
Stand by.
go
Your
back
vehicle has been delivered to the
my
floor.
hangar.
Please visit us again.
Let's see. Selkita's hangar. Alrighty. It is amazing how much detail there is in this sort of location. Like, it'd actually be kind of cool to put together a hangar like this in Space Engineers 2. Might have to do that sometime. Put together some Star Citizen stuff in SE2. All right. There you go.
Origin jump works at your service.
All right.
Core system operational. Launch complete.
Probably. Once, getting that many people together to actually do the project would make it a lot easier. Maybe that's what we should do for the server. Is start out with the intent to go ahead and build a station, and then go about the process of defending said station. Yeah, you know, reavers, orcs, all that. See what we can do to piss off the enemy. See how long we can last against the onslaught. All right. I think what I'm going to do, though, I'm on board with that, is let's set a destination.
Shield system inactive.
And, there it is. And what we're going to do is a little trick that I used to do all the time in EVE Online. And I'm going to do a half jump. Honestly, I think what would be best.
Quantum drive activated. Quantum drive deactivated.
I don't think I went far enough. I think I need to go a little bit further. But I think it would be interesting if it was like each group. Oh, there we go. Each group comes up with their own vehicles
Quantum drive.
or their own sets of vehicles.
Quantum drive deactivated.
Okay, that should be good. We'll go ahead.
Shield system active.
Just for saying that shit, you're definitely going to get picked last. You're going to get packed list. That's what's going to happen. All right. Let's go ahead and enter bed. I'm so sleepy. And then I should be able to log out. Cool. I can bed log. So I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up there for today. Today's been kind of fun. Actually, we lost the trailer on the ILP. There you go. But lost the trailer on the ILP, so we had to go ahead and get that scrapped. But we did go ahead and take out that base that has been kind of loitering near our location for a while, finish taking it out, and we can go ahead and see about getting it scrapped. In fact, tomorrow, what we'll do. There we go. Is that better? Just as you tell me to. That was actually a nebula. But the tomorrow, what we'll do is go ahead and make a rover specifically for going out to that base and salvaging it. So it'll be a robust rover with lots of storage. So that way we can drive it out there, scrap everything, load it up, and be good to go. And then in this, surprisingly, we did fairly well. I'm actually happy with how well it went. A little bit of issues here and there, but not too bad. Nothing we can't resolve. So yeah, tomorrow, new rover, salvaging enemy base. There's also that ship that crashed nearby, near the base, that I want to check out as well to see if that's going to be salvageable. And then we'll also just kind of see what happens afterwards. Other than that, though, yeah, everyone picked. Other than that, though, that is going to be it for today. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.